Honestly, why don't we call this the week of La-Mulana? Because fuck it, we're going to play La-Mulana the entire week. I'm not going to stream anything else outside of La-Mulana this entire week. Let's do it, shall we? Hello everybody, welcome back to La-Mulana. Today we're going to finally start the second half, god damn it, here we go, of La-Mulana. Well, I say that, but theoretically the next section that we're going into is theoretically still in the first half, in my opinion. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. I really love La-Mulana. It is my favorite game series. I like the second game a little bit better, but they are both peak in my estimation. So I'm hoping you guys will continue to support this week, because fuck it. I just got the urge to play La-Mulana, and I'm just going to do it, you know? Why not? We're going full balls to the wall with both games, and I'm going to set up the randomizer too. At one point I really want to play the randomizer too. Maybe I can in the options menu. Maybe set a different mask. Yeah, I'm going to set this mask. This mask is cute. Alright. So, why don't we continue for today and continue where we left off. We were literally right in front of the boss Ankh for V. Also, I'm going to move myself. You know what? Let me set this up properly. Here we go. Here we go. I think this is fine. Say hello to Molbrook. I might have accidentally pressed the B button. By the way, I'm playing the Switch 2 version, the Switch version. I have the Legendary Treasures Edition for the Switch. I bought it when it came out. It loads. We were at the surface last time, and I love this overlay. I have to say, I really do love this overlay. Honestly, I think I know what kind of overlay I'm going to do. Give me a second. I've taken a capture for no apparent reason. This is going to replace the retro background, but yeah. We were literally right in front of V, and I'm going to give it a try. I know I said I was going to sequence break in this one, but I am going to try to... If I get a good pattern on V is such a weird name to speak, because I'm always thinking of the Nintendo Wii whenever I say it. If we get a good pattern on him, we might be able to do this. 5 hits in. Yeah, he's always going to do that. Yeah, I can hit him like this. Let's see if I can do this. He's still just shooting up straight. Yeah, if you fall on top of him, he does have a nasty energy drain going on. And that will do most of the damage you'll receive in this fight. Sadly. Alright. Okay. I'm not doing a lot of damage. You need to get a good cycle going with him. Sadly, this is not a good cycle. That should have done a lot of damage. I have to be relatively close. Oh my god, I did it. First try even. Holy shit. I'm goated. I really didn't think I would be able to do it. I first tried V even without cheating. The thing is, you can basically cheat by going to other areas first, obviously, and get a few more software combinations and stuff that will help you out with this fight. And additional health too. You can even go as far as to get the strongest weapon in the game for dealing with him. Wow. And that will make the fight so much easier. You know? I don't even know how I did that. I usually never fight V in that encounter, like, at all. By the way, this is basically a dead end right now. There isn't really anything to get here. Yeah, you can just buy ammo. I'm just making sure I have everything. Crazy to me. But yeah, Wii opens up a whole host of other areas. But I actually didn't want to do them right now. Because there's like a whole other area I have to explore first, honestly. And you can do that before you open up the second half of the game. But we've not been to it yet. Remember the things we scanned in Temple of Moonlight? It was a whole thing where we had to scan like these spots in Temple of Moonlight. Yes, it opened up these treasure chests over here. Alright. I think it's this one. And then this one. Take it slow. With this, you can get the Fruit of Eden. And if you don't know where to take it, it's very close by. This is, by the way, one of my favorite moments in the game. The fake out of Eden is just so precious and good, in my opinion. Let's do it. You got the Fruit of Eden. There is a weight up there. There's a dice up there. Paradise deep in fog. Clear the fog and you will be surrounded by more happiness. Head for the Tree of Eden with the Fruit of Paradise in hand. Oh, I definitely need to quote that. You can't actually reach that, but yeah. What happens if we put a weight onto this? Let's do it, gamers. Let's do it, gamers. No. Welcome to the Gate of Illusion. Welcome to the paradise of the eternally lost. In times past, this place was called Eden. Now it is an accursed site of war where vengeful spirits are lost, wandering the paths of life. Those who enter Eden do not make light of this place. Simply wandering will not lessen the illusion. Courage will grant thy wish. The courage to jump into the illusion. The courage to search on bended knee for a single fallen item. This game does not kid. This area does not kid around when it comes to this. As a new player, this area is cursed. Absolutely cursed. One fool believed in his foolishness, that he was a wise man. The fool flaunted his shallow wisdom and made decisions with a narrow mind. He proceeded to the right without hesitation. Another fool possessed wisdom, but his knowledge led him to believe he was a fool. A fool smothers himself without first considering the situation. He went with the flow and proceeded to the left. One can only hope that a true wise man stands here now. Yep, that's the first hint. You need to read the text on the light instead of the tablet. I'm still going left, by the way, because I want to check if there is something, but I don't think there is. Alright. It would be so cool to show people the Gate of Illusion, because the movement in this one is incredible. So yeah, it doesn't change if you go to the right, by the way. You always land at the same spot. Where you actually need to go is this. Thy understanding is impressive, wise one. Be thee a wise man or a fool, thine actions reveal the truth, in hopes that thou art a true wise man. This is where it starts. I think. There we go. God fucking damn it. I did it wrong. Immediately go backwards. Go down here. pass through here. But yeah, Gate of Illusion is the backside of Gate of Guidance, obviously. A favor to ask of the one who disturbed my slumber. There's something I need you to do for me, if you don't want to get out of my face. So anyway, the fairies hid a treasure I'd fraudulently collected. Wait, what's wrong with the fraud? I love fraud! It seems like the fairies made some sort of giant face swallow the treasures. And what better way to make one spit things up than pepper? How about it? You bring the treasures back to me and I'll pay you 500 gold. Achoo! Yeah, he's got pepper up my nose if you can. Yeah, okay. Dude. I think the task is pretty clear here. Gate of Guidance. You can hold up the pepper to several... pressing the wrong button. Here we go. You can hold up the pepper to several stone statues, but the one you actually want is over here. There we go. And back to the Temple of Moonlight. Wow. I know I can make this jump. I'm going to try out randomizing this game again. Seriously. Because randomizers are fun. And La-Mulana randomizer should be extremely fun. At least you're going to get to see my cool and improved movements. I practiced this for a long time because it's so fucking cool. You need this, by the way. Oh god. I think you need the anchor. I could be wrong, though. Ah, my beloved treasures. Gross, it's covered in slimy spit. How dare you get my treasures all sticky? You don't deserve anything more than this piece of junk. Yeah, okay, dude. With the anchor, you have more control over your movement in water, and you sink faster. Which is great. Because then we can finally get through here. Couldn't have gotten through here, by the way. Alright. Can't open this up yet. But we can get up here. I'm always pressing the wrong button here. The fool who relies only on what their eyes do see shall wander the labyrinth for eternity. Yep. Yeah. But if you jump over here and go left... If I remember correctly... Maybe I don't remember correctly. Alright. back to the start, but we actually need to go that way, I think. Jump back down here. As I said, on the first playthrough, this area will absolutely not make any sense to you. Absolutely no sense at all. Do not open this treasure chest, by the way. It will instantly kill you. Wait a second. Where do I get the miniature figure? Don't I get it up ahead? I also don't have the key of return to eternity. I think I'm missing something, at least. I'm wondering. I'm going to get some money first, but I'm seriously wondering. I don't need a key fairy right now. I think this is the fairy type I want, right? Yeah. God damn it. Let's bring in this guy. Where is it? There it is. This is an item fairy. She multiplies the items you get by destroying pillars and guarantees that you get items by destroying pillars and other things in the ruins. So this pillar is quick to be destroyed. There's 4 consecutively, and you can just walk back and forth to do it all over again. That's how you get most of the money in the game. That's your infinite money glitch. You just pick up one of these fairies and just hack away at it. And you need to do that probably because it's tough. This game has a lot of stuff that needs to be bought, and you need to spend a lot of money. Now I'm wondering where you get the minifigure. I mean, I could get the La-Mulana talisman. Yeah, the fairy doesn't last too long, but it was enough to give us like 500 coins, which I will use over here to buy some stuff. Let's buy the better laptop. This laptop has way more RAM, and we are actually going to need it in the future. Alright. I have no idea what's happening with YouTube. There you can pick up Death Village. Another software. do you get the minifigure? Don't you get it like in the... in there? I think I overlooked something. I have to have overlooked something. What was I about to do? Oh yeah. There is a hidden shop down here. This, by the way, is an entrance to a new area that only opens up after we have destroyed V. Yeah, I'm just casually picking up some random software while we're at it. Thanks for buying La-Mulana by Nigoro. Having fun exploring, seeing as you made it all the way to the secret spot. Have a look at this. It's one of our most treasured games. Mikuri Master. Okay, so yeah. Have a little bit more software right now. One thing that I would like to get to is Tower of Ruin as well, because there's a software that's going to be important for late game. I think there's a secret here too. There's a software here for late game. Snapshots. Yup. Thank you, brain. I don't even know how to... how to open this treasure chest, by the way. Alright. What this is the map of this place. I don't think there's anything here still to get. I'm struggling to figure it out. I think I misremember something about Gate of Illusion. It's always that way. Anytime I go to Gate of Illusions, I'm always getting stuck on something, and it's always something I misremember. Oh. What was that sound? So yeah, the sound was the statue breaking down and revealing the talisman. And a bunch of tablets. The first mantra is in the corridor, the entrance to the never-ending corridor. We're going to record these. By the way. Because we need those. I always record these because they are talking about the mantra. Alright. Last mantra. Yeah, let's get back to the Gate of Illusions, because I'm definitely missing something there. I think I'm missing a path. Oh, I think I remember what path it was. Literally that thing that we did opened up a new way to warp, I think. I'm so dumb. There's always something in this place that will get you, you know. over here. We run through. Alright. It's not this. I think over here. Yeah. Okay. Put a weight on the skeleton. And we go to the right. There we go. We basically solved the first half of this place. I'm hoping I have enough weights for this journey. But yeah, you can basically make your way through here if you want to. By the way, because we activated that ladder over here. This area, this field, like, plays a lot with your expectations. To the living, it is not too late. Give up and turn back. The illusions will only continue. Important that we open this up, by the way. So yeah, that barrier up there is preventing us from going on, by the way. There's a shop here. Lonely house moving. Which is also important. This one's a little tricky. You have to fall off the moving platform at the precise location. Let's open this up for later. Don't attack any of these pillars up here. And maybe get rid of the bat. Push it there. Push it off. If I remember correctly, this barrier has no... yeah. Okay. And you get rewarded with the Grail tablet. Behold the gate of illusion. The path shall open for the wise. I'm immediately warping back to the surface because I want my health back. I knew that I forgot something about the Gate of Illusion. It's always that way. This is always the place where I forget something and get clapped for it, you know? Right. First off, Gate of Illusion. I'm going back down. Believe it or not. Because the thing that we did with that tablet there, that had the, with the dice there, there was a dice there that had I actually need to go back to the surface real quick and buy some weights, because we have no weights! And without weights, this is going to be a tough one. We're not getting far without weights. Alright. Thanks. This is crazy to figure out, by the way. I really thought the dice would put something here. Alright. I thought wrong. This is important to go through real quick. Just for 100% completion. If you go through here, there is a pressure plate. You get back to the Gate of Guidance, and this thing falls down. That basically blocks the spikes, and you can open this treasure chest that we've been eyeing on the Gate of Guidance for a while. Which just has Yago's street map. Which is just an upgrade to your map system. That just shows you grail points, entrances, exits, whatever. But for a first time player, that could be very important, you know. So, back to the dreaded Gate of Illusion. If I remember correctly. I don't know why that did what it did. But since we have saved this progress, it's actually really good. If I remember correctly, maybe I don't remember correctly. There was something about this fire that we needed to do here. Sadly, we need to go back to Gate of Guidance because I died. Here. I've considered speedrunning this game many times, but I actually don't know a lot about speedrunning this game. By the way, I should actually make sure both my streams are running. Yeah. My Twitch stream is running, and my YouTube stream is running as well. Good. But yeah. Considered speedrunning this game many times, but sadly I'm not a speedrunner. Maybe I need to hit it from here with a flare. Nope, that's not what I needed to do. I actually don't remember what I need to do about this. Wait a second. I know that I can do this, but this is something that is actually only in the console versions, I think. Doesn't reroute me though. Maybe. No. I need to do something with this torch to proceed, but I absolutely have no idea what to do. Be a little man, only the small shall proceed. Where do I get the small figure? Doesn't this reroute like one of the puzzles? Fully remember. I think reading this tablet unlocks this, and he will give me the figurine. Yeah, this unlocks this. Okay. Want to become small? Though I'm small already, I shall bestow upon you this mini doll. With this, prove that thou art indeed small. How do we do that? The answer is relatively simple. We just go to the Mausoleum of Giants. and literally stand next to this giant statue. And then we go back to Gate of Illusion. And with that we have proven that we are small. Indeed, we are small. Those who do not listen, do not make light of the words of others, drowning in pride at their unknown powers. Thou have come this far, thou art a fool. A fool deserves naught but death. Okay. We cannot beat this enemy yet. Do I really need to get in there from the other side? No, I don't. Even I, as a veteran player, am confused by this place. I am super confused. Oh. You just need to scan it. I always forget how that works. Extinguish the flame. Extinguish the flame of our lives. Save us from this never-ending paradise of blood. Okay. Yeah, I always forget this. This is from the Vita version of the game, apparently. And they just used the Vita version as a basis to make the Switch port. There we go. Should be able to defeat the boss. I always press the wrong button. I don't know why that is. Let's go. Let's finish off this hell place. Even I got stuck 2 times here. So yeah, this boss doesn't get healed anymore. He uses like a combination of all of your sub-weapons and stuff. Uses like rolling shurikens and chakrams and all of that. There we go. Don't stand under this. It's an obvious trap. There we go. And this grants us the key of eternity. Let's look at the Key of Eternity. It's a usable item. A key that can unlock the seals in the Endless Corridor. Press the item button to insert the key. We haven't also looked at the Serpent Staff. A staff with a snake decoration coiled around it. Easy. So, the anchor rock from Rare Stone. Sink swiftly. What else did we not look at? Book of the Dead. It said you need this to travel to the afterlife. It can seal the powers of Anubis, the god of death. I think we've read most of the item descriptions here. There's, by the way, something in Gate of Guidance that I'd like to get before I forget it. This. I'm going to let you guys vote if we're going to do Hell Temple or not, by the way. Crucifix. Just easy. Protects against ghost attacks. So these guys that are basically just ghosts will just bounce off like this. Which is good. And I think before I forget it, I'm going to need to go back to Gate of Illusion. And we need to actually go up there. Because I think it reset after dying so many times. Doing the Endless Corridor now would be quite the task, but I think I'm up to it. By the way, I'm going to be annoying tomorrow about you guys watching Dan react to the OST of this game, because we need to show up as a community, as a La-Mulana community. We need to show up, you know. That's just how I feel about it, you know. Let me quickly check. We as a community should show up. Okay. It's Endless Corridor time. Endless Corridor could well be the hardest area of the game. By the way, you can do all of this before even continuing to attack Wii. Men are born of the mother and live their lives. They reproduce and reproduce, helping in the mother's ascension. Go forth along the path that man is destined to walk. This is a weird puzzle, by the way. And I don't fully remember it. By the way, there's one interesting tidbit about this room. This sub-item, you can just get it like that. You just hit the block. There is no eye punishing you here. That's what you're supposed to notice. You need to pass 4 of these gates in this one. but I absolutely do not remember which ones are the right ones. And what is the correct order? I just know you have to go back here. Not past any of them. Then past this one. And make this down here the final one. Thank God that was the right one. Run through with all thy might, or rely on the wisdom to find a way. Thou choosest thine own path. Now place the weights. I'm going to let wisdom choose. Going to trigger a healing fairy. There we go. And right over here, important that you pick this up, twin statue. So yeah, I've grabbed a healing fairy because of this area. Oh, fuck off with that stupid enemy. Alright. This area is horrible. These will definitely hit you. You don't know what you're doing. And we have to go through this multiple times. The healing fairy's over, and I'm not looking so good on health. Okay. I get it. Don't get hit by it. Take it slow. Last area. This one's a tough one, but we'll make it through. Do not read that over there. That tablet over there. Make it through this area first. And kill everything that you find in its path. Everything in this area, kill first as you make your way through. And we're at the 5th end this corridor. Even these ones at the bottom here, even though you don't technically need to kill them, it's just straight up preferable. Especially the bats. These bats will just annoy you to hell and back if you don't kill them. Fuck off. Here we go. By the way, music in Endless Corridor is an absolute banger. Familiarize yourself with the terrain too, by the way. Now we read the tablet. The one-eyed and hundred-eyed shall meet. Return with the one-eyed and it shall writhe in anguish. And the hundred-eyed shall lose its power. Beyond that point lies all. So we're releasing the one-eyed. We already saw where the 100-eyed is. But he's following us through these areas. That's why we defeated every enemy first. To make it a little bit easier. And you basically just walk over here. Okay. And once you press this, dies. He is vulnerable. He is completely invulnerable beforehand. Okay, come on. There we go. Once you've killed him, we can get to the other one and kill that one. The other one becomes vulnerable once the one-eyed is down. And the final gate opens. So we solved the endless corridor. But we're not going to go through. Because you know what? Fuck that. You heard that right. Not yet, at least. Okay, so we have a few avenues left for us. One thing I definitely want to do first is teleport to Mausoleum of the Giants. And go back to Twin Labyrinths. We have barely even touched Twin Labyrinths. But there is something that I wanted to do early on, which involves this guy. We're going to spend 40 more bucks. If you spend $100 at this shop, or 100 gold on this shop, you will get this message. Dear valued customer, thank you for continued patronage at the Little Brother shop. As a sign of my gratitude, allow me to introduce a special shop to you. My Greek brother has a shop here in the Twin Labyrinths as well. He sells many rare, one-of-a-kind items. So yeah, this unlocks the Big Brother shop. Let's go up. I think if we go down again, we'll change the layout and we will get here. And we want to buy the 100 gold item, the Dragon Bone, at the Big Brother shop. This item, really important for late game. You can get it very early on, but I neglected to do so. So, yeah. With this out of the way, What do we do next? There's a few avenues we could take now. But I think we should finish off the Endless Corridor. There's a certain area we can get to now that we've opened up that door in Endless Corridor down there. The only problem is we have to go through that whole gauntlet again. But the good part is the puzzles are already solved. So alright. The puzzles are already solved, so we just need to make it through with as much health as possible. To for sure. Just make it through with as much health as possible. I'm going to get that healing fairy. Healing fairy, always good to have. You can make it through this section too without taking as much of a scratch. If the enemy here doesn't screw you. And you don't... I'm not screwing... I'm screwing myself each time. Literally screwing myself each time. You know... Just take it slow and you can make it through here without even like getting a scratch on you. The thing is, there's not much we can do at this area that's upcoming. But getting the Grail tablet there makes us able to get there quicker in the future. Without having to go through this whole trial through the Endless Corridor again. Which I always like to do. I always like to get this out of the way as soon as possible. This area is called the Shrine of the Mother. Endlessness and Dimensions. Tiamat distorts the two laws of the strong powers. Don't bother exploring yet the Shrine of the Mother. You can literally go nowhere except the straight and narrow path. You know? Bounce shot. Like, there's a predefined path you can follow. There's basically no point in trying to get anywhere else, really. This whole area unlocks later. There's some interesting murals in the background too. But here is the Grail tablet. Behold the Shrine of the Mother. This is where the mother sleeps. Alright. Alright. Literally nothing else to do, but this is the front Grail tablet. So yeah, Shrine of the Mother. Next up, what should we do next? What should we do next? I think it's time. Maybe. We did the Gate of Illusion. We did Tower of Ruin as much as possible. We did the Endless Corridor. I think it's time for us to finally enter. The Chamber of Extinction. That wasn't what I wanted to do, but I did it anyway. Because, remember this one? We opened it up a little bit earlier. Let me get this one first. The Gate of Time. Where everything looks like La-Mulana 1. The original. And all of these have, all of these tablets that you can find here have a developer commentary on it. But yeah, this is basically the Mausoleum of the Giants, the way it looked in La-Mulana 1. I also want to do a playthrough of La-Mulana 1 at one point. The original. Like, I have never played the original, which is kind of sad. I just know the original is going to be brutal, and I don't know if it's going to be a good experience. You know? But yeah, our goal is basically to climb our way out of this Gate of Time. You get developer comments here, but this is actually required for 100%, believe it or not. But it's a fun little area they added. We're 1 hour, 18 minutes in. I don't think we'll be finishing today. I don't think so. But yeah, basically leave this area for the verses. For the surface and attack this wall. It's us, La-Mulana. La-Mulana.exe. Nigoro's first full-fledged game. You're playing it right now. Do you have a bar for us, dude? Whoa, what's this mural? It's an 8-bit. What in the world are you doing? That reminds me the belt in my retro PC's disc is all stretched out. By the way, I've hidden the original La-Mulana software somewhere just for kicks. Look for this 8-bit world. I'm heading back to the colorful world now. Catch you later. Fuck you, Elder Zelpot. I got it already. By the way, when we are on the topic of Elder Zelpot, that talisman belonged to your father. Your father went in them ruins and ain't come back since. Hey J2O, it's been going great so far. We're about halfway through, I would say. Seems like he was researching something deep inside. You should look for your father's diary. I'm sure he had it with him. There may be things about what he was studying written in it. What, you saw a guy in the ruins that looked like your father? That's crazy, it's been many days since you went in. You wanna hear that again? Nope. This is only triggered by having the La-Mulana, the talisman. And you can only get the talisman if you defeated the 5th boss. As you might know. As you might not know, actually. But yeah. So there's 2 choices we could make here. And where to go next. 2 choices, as in Tower of the Goddess or Twin Labyrinth. And I think I'm going for Tower of the Goddess first. Which is up here. Again, this door only opens up if you beat V, the 5th boss. But... it's an iconic moment, I would say. Thanks for throwing me all the way down here. I'm super excited that tomorrow we're going to get a full reaction to the OST. I already made arrangements that I'm going to have time for the full thing. Alright. Let's do it, shall we? Tower of the Goddess. Area number 5. This is a pretty important place in the La-Mulana lore too. Thank God for that lightning. Yeah, this is an important place for the La-Mulana lore because this is where the giants were trying to power. They were trying to use steam power in order to build a rocket, which is crazy. And this is basically the thing that we're powering. That's why it has an entrance from the outside and not from any of the other areas. This is basically what they were trying to power. And this was supposed to be a rocket ship that sends... I'm not going to explain it, the lore, actually. The philosophers will do that for me in time. Actually. What do we have here? The lake created by Miguela and Futu. Ribu carries the water to the tower, the place where the finger points and Anunnaki refuses to gaze upon. I don't fully remember everything. The thing is, we need to climb this tower. Thanks for having me fall down all the way. As you can see in the map on the left, this is quite the tower. And the Grail tablet is all the way up to the right. So we need to climb this entire thing. And as you just saw, this can get very frustrating. I don't know what it is today. I'm not up to my best today when it comes to La-Mulana. I am going to try to support Dan tomorrow as much as possible with making a huge ruckus, by the way. I've already, like, alerted the entire La-Mulana Discord and Reddit community about what's going to happen tomorrow. I hope they show up in droves. That is not the kind of fairy that I want, actually. That is a good fairy, but also not the kind of fairy I want. That is the fairy I want right now. Because I need a little bit of health back. Thank you. Oh, merciful healing fairy. I'm getting knocked about more than usual, actually. And one thing I'm also hoping for is that we're going to get La-Mulana too, obviously. But that is completely up to Dan. I sent him both La-Mulana 1 and the La-Mulana 2 files, but I don't know. So we're up about halfway right now. We need to climb this section and then we are out. The problem is there's invisible enemies here as well, which makes this whole thing a little bit worse. You can barely make them out, these invisible enemies. Alright. Last section. Yep, that's definitely what I wanted to do. There we go. There we go. Now just don't fall down. There is a chance that you can fall down here if you fuck this up. There we go. Behold the Tower of the Goddess. This is where the mother's wishes are granted. To the left lies the secret of life, to the right lies the power of destruction. This area is legitimately, let me put this up so you can actually see it on the map. This area is legitimately like the cornerstone for the second half of the game, because all of these arrows that are pointing here on the map are all exits to other areas that you can take. We'll be coming here a lot. Just so we can go to certain areas. I just love this game. It's honestly just the way this game feels when you master it. Like, this game, a lot of people would actually call it very clunky in terms of gameplay. Because the thing is about it is, as you see, whenever you get hit by an enemy, you lose control over your character. Absolutely lose control. Like, you cannot do anything to remedy your fall. You're just going to fall. If you walk off a ledge, you can't control that. You're just going to fall straight down. Your jump is very committal. Like, you need to actually commit to your jump. You cannot do anything to remedy what you did at the last second when jumping, you know? That's why people call this game clunky. But once you get to know it and once you start to master it, you're going to realize that this game is just very deliberate, you know, instead of clunky. Like, every other game gives you like ways to like remedy a situation that you got yourself into. This game doesn't do that. That's why you need to take extra care to do things the right way a lot of the times, you know. It's a very interesting in game design, I have to say. It's a very interesting design choice. Oh, wait a second. More money. I'll take that. And obviously this game doesn't pull any punches. Anyone who knows La-Mulana will definitely tell you that. This game absolutely does not pull any punches at all. Like, you need to pay attention. And the thing is, the OST for this game needs to be good. Because you're going to be spending a lot of time in these areas. A lot of time. If the OST wasn't as good, you would hate spending time in this area, in these areas, by the end of it. Let me get this real quick. Where do we go next? I'm thinking this is open now in Spring in the Sky. I'm hoping this is open. So yeah, the major thing about the Tower of the Goddess is we need to flood it. And it gets its water source that it uses to power it from the Spring in the Sky. Oh, not this way. This is actually one of the harder puzzles in the game. A lot of people get stuck on it. Now that we've flooded the Tower of the Goddess, we need to fight these guys. Come on. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to happen. This is exactly what I wanted to happen, yeah. By the way, very sneaky, very hidden platform here. Just saying. But yeah, I really would enjoy if the La-Mulana community would show up tomorrow. I'm hoping so. I'm really hoping so. Because we are very small, but we are dedicated. Fuck off. Seriously. There we go. Let's go to the top. Or we don't go to the top. Let me go down here. Sometimes even I struggle to remember, like, the correct order of events and everything happening. But yeah, this is now flooded. Can actually now go up here. There we go. Yeah, it's okay. Alright, dude. Let's press this one. Let's jump down here. Press this one. And this box opens. Which gives us the Eye of Truth. That makes us able to visit these smaller enemies. With the Eye of Truth, these invisible enemies that were previously invisible, we can now see. It's just a small touch, but yeah. Second, there's a destroyed tower here, I think. Alright, I know what I need to do. Yeah. I'm just slightly stupid sometimes. This game has so many mechanics. Actually, knowing all of them is actually pretty difficult. And finishing this game within like 7 to 8 hours is actually quite challenging too. Yeah, we need to go left here now. We have new platforms showing up. There we go. And that should open up this, right? Yup. And we get the plane model. Let me read the item description before we go. Where is it? A gold airplane model. Its power will cause the statue of the goddess of the sea to disappear. For example, this one. This one disappears a little bit more violently. But yeah, this is our fast pass into Graveyard of the Giants. It's a very weird part of the area, Graveyard of the Giants. We already were here beforehand, but We were on the other side, so this is a back entrance, if you may call it that. Alright. Alright. Remember what the tablet said? That this is the path that leads to the power of destruction. And I would like some destruction right about now. By the way, the sprite work in this game is absolutely phenomenal. This game and La-Mulana 2, phenomenal looking games. Just looking at all the backgrounds and stuff. Alright, let's be prepared. Mini boss. Close. That was super close. We get rewarded with the bombs. And I'm going back to heal myself. By the way, in the long run, we should actually try to get a few key fairies. The earlier I start with the areas with the key fairies, the less we have to get later. Sorry. Let's get a key fairy. There's like 3 or 4 areas where we still need a key fairy to open stuff up. And these fairies have a recharge timer, so we definitely need to do them from time to time. Well, the first one's exactly a key fairy, huh? We're going to Gate of Illusion first. If you remember, the thing we opened up over here. Down here. This requires a key fairy to open. There's no other trigger. Just a key fairy. And this gives us the fairy clothes, which, if we look at the item description, these dots have been infused with fairy bar. Cuts the damage the professor received in half. Very important stuff that we get it as early as possible. Not really now, but as early as possible. you know. Alright. So we got the bombs. There's a few places that you can use these on, but really nothing sticks out yet. And I don't think I will use any of the other paths that we have set so far. I think it's time that we do the twin labyrinths. There's like 2 places in here that I want to use the bombs on real quick. But after that, I think it's time that we set off to the twin labyrinths. So yeah, with the bombs you can open this up. And with the snapshot app, we can scan this. To get a new software. This software is not really useful, but I require it for 100%. So and yeah, blow away through here. That's the usages of that. So yeah, I suggest we enter the Temple of the Sun now, and we're going to the Twin Labyrinths. Remember, after Elmac, this is like 3 hours away, but after the Elmac fight, this hole opened up. With the Twin Labyrinths, with a timer. Now that we have the twin statue from the Endless Corridor, we can actually solve this now. This is going to be close. Might not make it. Oh my god, this was close. So yeah, if you don't have the twin statue, you cannot solve this puzzle. And this basically unlocks the twin labyrinths completely. So they are now open for exploration. Let's check some stuff out while we're here. You can get to this area pretty quick, but it is actually an endgame area. And the Twin Labyrinths is special, as in it doesn't have a secondary area associated with it. Like a back area, an area in the back of it, like Temple of Sun and Temple of Moonlight. This area is double the size of a regular area, but it's basically in one plane. That's why it's called the Twin Labyrinths. As you can see, it's completely mirrored between. It's completely mirrored in the middle. From this map. It's just 2 sides. There's 2 Grail tablets, one for the front and one for the back, but it is basically a mirrored one area, you know? Behold the Twin Labyrinths, the soul of the twins dwells here. Yeah, but there's a bunch of items, by the way, that are super important here for progression. Our first task is to get to... Actually, let's go through here, because this leads to the Shrine of the Mother. Real quick, because this actually gives us the map of Shrine of the Mother, which unlocks the rest of this place for later. This is the only area that you actually need a map for Shrine of the Mother. The others you don't need a map. For this one you do. Because it locks stuff behind having a map, obviously. Alright. Also, the fact that this area has like witches and stuff is very deliberate, as you will see. The music track for this is called Grand Ritual. Which we will do. We will hold a Grand Ritual. This is a fake Anktual, by the way. I don't know what it is, my capacity for my voice is just completely gone today. It's okay. So yeah, you can now visit like the brother shops and stuff here normally. God fucking damn it. But yeah, the most important part for now is... There's two statues down here that you need to hit with your flare gun. And the second Grail tablet for the backside. So yeah, we have now a front of Twin Labyrinth and a backside for Twin Labyrinth to warp to. Pretty important stuff if you want to explore the rest of it, you know? And there's some straight up power items too, by the way. For example, this one, the bracelet. The bracelet. Item with mysterious powers. With this you can smash the pots in the ruins with one blow. Remember how we used to have to smash the pots in the ruins with 3 blows? Yeah, now it's only 1. That just is a upgrade that feels great. I don't know, maybe it's because I'm talking a lot more during this and I'm explaining a lot more that my voice is now gone. Fuck me. The game doesn't get easy as it progresses, believe it or not. The thing is, you need to fall onto this platform here in order to unlock it. It needs to be from great height too. And there we have a boss. Mini boss. We call this a boss. This room is going to become important. Not for now. But... well, this unlocks this. Just unlocking stuff right now. This is the most important path that you're going to take, and I already screwed it up. Thank you for jumping the exact time that I wanted to jump. Do I really need to leave the twin labyrinths? Okay. I guess so. Let's heal up before we enter that hellscape again. Close. My fucking god. What is with this enemy? Problem is, to reset this, you need to leave. Again. I want this enemy dead before I do this again. Alright. I also need to attack this statue real quick. And if we go to the right, this is why we actually needed the bombs first. Is this one. Those that created this contraption are fools. They mistakenly created a puzzle that could not be solved. But after all this time, it has been rewritten. Those who fail to solve this puzzle shall be punished. As the tablet said, you cannot solve this puzzle unless you have the bombs. I think I might have screwed myself there. Did I? Probably. No, wait a second. I think I can fall down. Okay. There we go. There we go. One of the most important items, the Lamp of Time, resides here. And you need to definitely buy it. I wonder if I should go on. There is a boss, a mini-boss up here that is probably, in my opinion, the hardest mini-boss to be ever conceived. This one's tough. This one is always tough, by the way. There we go. I remember correctly. Yep. You can get a sacred orb here to get more HP. We could summon the boss right now, by the way. Now that we've defeated those two mini-bosses, we can summon the boss for this area. Thing is, I kinda don't want to do it. Just saying. Here's another item. The ring. Which... Armor passed down by a weapons master increases your manual skills, making you better at throwing weapons. Go to the other side real quick. I think we're pretty much done with this area. This is the Ankh Jewel that we need to unlock the boss. We basically have everything in Twin Labyrinths. Now that we pick up the katana too. Katana, actually not a stronger weapon in this game. I think it's a lot stronger in the second game, at least for a while. But in this game it's actually not as strong. Dark is a little bit low. So yeah, remember what I said about this place? I think there was something here. Maybe not? Oh yeah, there is. There we go. Just money, but that's cool too. Remember what I said, we're going to do a ritual. We're going to do it. We need to kill all of the witches in this room. And we need to have this black witch survive. Let's leave her here. She's going to complete our ritual. Now we go to the room on the other side. Same room, other side. Thanks. Here we also kill all of the witches. But there is a white witch that appears. And she's going to counteract what we're trying to do. That's why we're killing her. And the boss Ankh appears. Alright. I don't think I'll fight the boss yet. Where are we going? Well, we unlocked something in Shrine of the Mother. Now that we have the map, we can definitely see at the bottom left there is something. And this statue only appears if you have the map. And this is why we bought the dragon bone skull earlier. Because you put it on this statue. And it makes it easy. It makes it possible to explore the entirety of the shrine. You know, let's harass this guy real quick. You can't hurt him, but you can just harass him by walking by and attacking him. You know? So yeah, we need to go up. Oh, who is that walking up here? That is the wrong decision. Can already see that. Alright. But yeah, Elder Zelpot said we should find a diary earlier. But there is a treasure chest hidden behind here that we can't get to. Behind this giant pillar. This is a cursed treasure chest, we're not going to open that. But now that we have that, now that we saw the pillar, we need to go back to the surface and talk to the Elder again. Did you find the diary? What, the treasure chest is hidden in a place that you can't get to? I see, your father is a smart man. He must have gotten a good handle on the traps in the ruins. Okay, got it. Let me figure something out. Making our way back. Alright. Shrine of the Mother is quite creepy, I have to say. Let's see what Elder Zelpot has in mind. Look at that Giga Chad. He's just holding up the pillar. Fuck off, bats. Seriously. Giga Chad Zelpot. With him we can get the diary and actually get to the story. Oh, so you're back. What's with that face? I told you you don't need to worry about me. I'm an invincible old man. Now then, it looks like you found your father's diary. Alright, I'll explain everything. We're descendants of a race who sees the departing of. We are the 7th children of the Mother. We are the ones who sent off the last race to spring forth from and thrive in these ruins. Or rather, the mother. That's you, the last race, the 8 children, the humanity of present day. We are in charge of sending you all off. All mankind and civilization were born here. Take this, the Mulana talisman. I heard that if you have this, you can get your hands on the cursed treasure. Well then, go see the 4 philosophers in your father's stead. You want me to repeat that? No, thank you. Go meet the 4 philosophers. Alright. I remember now where we get to those. I'm going to take a short break, I think. And when I come back, we're going to enter new territory that we have not been to before. See ya. I am back, everyone. Thing is, for the next area, I would have prepared lyrics, but I don't even know if I could even spell out the lyrics to that song. Because the background music for the next area we're going to is like the most interesting out of all of it. And I hope I can provide, like, I'm going to send a link to Dan, I think, because we might have to do it as a bonus thing for La-Mulana 1. For that, I actually need to walk through several different areas. We actually have to walk through Graveyard of the Giants first. And there was a area that there was a gateway that I completely ignored early on. Down here. Welcome to the Chamber of Birth. And listen to the Song of Curry. I can't sing it as well as Naramura though, so let's make sure we walk through these areas quickly because there's giant blades coming around. By the way, I think this game was made by a team of 2 people, with Naramura basically being the main person. Strike the wedge, disturb the mother's slumber. Only then the shrine of the mother will show its true form. Alright. Let's walk through here. Put a weight on that. I don't remember which one it was. You can put a weight on a skeleton here to deactivate the trap. And get this one. The woman statue. I love this song. You can say what you want. I just love the Song of Curry. That's the only thing we can do here in this part of the Chamber of Birth right now. But what we really wanted is the woman statue, because we need to head to the Temple of the Sun. And you might remember, if you watched the last stream, about the man and the woman part of Temple of the Sun and Temple of Moonlight. This upside down pyramid is symbolism for the man, and the this regular pyramid, I might say, is a symbol for the man, and the upside down pyramid in Temple of Moonlight is a symbol for a woman. So we're going to use that. And we need to actually let's clear out, because these enemies are just going to annoy us here. But yeah, let's just equip the woman statue and just stand a little bit around here. Any minute now. And we get the maternity statue. Then we go directly to the upside down pyramid of Temple of Moonlight. And with the maternity statue, we're granted access to this. And we just need to watch Lemesa fall asleep on the pause screen inside this area to open this treasure chest. To get the Philosopher's Ocarina. Where is it? There it is. Philosopher's Ocarina. An ocarina chiseled from stone. It belonged to the 4 philosophers. So we can talk to the philosophers. I think I'm going to read this. I commend you for reaching me, Chosen One. I'm Alcedana. Sorry. He's the old guy. I commend you for reaching me, Chosen One. I'm Alcedana, one of the 4 philosophers. I'm the philosopher of death. I will reveal to you one of the mysteries of these ruins. We have long slumbered to grant the mother's wish. The mother descended to this land from the sky. We do not know from where exactly she came, but the mother wished to return home. The mother had lost her ability to move, and so gave birth to many children. That is the origin of humanity. Mankind was born to return the mother to the skies. They gained knowledge in these ruins, departed to the world outside, and searched for the means to take her back, while themselves writhing. Yes, these ruins are the mother herself. It is impossible to send the mother home to the skies. If her wish cannot be granted, the best we can do is give her eternal sleep. Shall I repeat this? No. Chosen One, set the mother free from her sadness. That is our only wish. So yeah, we're going to get a little bit into the story. That is true. It does kind of do the Final Fantasy VII thing with Genova. But I think it's a part of mythology, right? I'm not that well versed in all of the mythologies, but it's one part, I think, of the Hinduism mythology or something, where they draw from a lot. But yeah, let's talk to more philosophers while we're at it. We have one more in Spring in the Sky. There is 4 philosophers in total. And when you talk to them, there are certain ladders that appear in certain places that basically give you access to the end of the game. Alright, over here. I commend you for reaching me, Chosen One. My name is Giltorio, one of the four philosophers. I'm the philosopher of knowledge. The mother failed time and time again. The first children could not see for what the mother truly longed, wanting only her powers. The second children were destroyed in a civil war of the giants. The third children were only interested in their own powers. The fourth children were a race of men in the form of fish. The fifth children sought the secret to life and death, once again begetting a power-hungry race. The sixth children were dolls of clay made by the fifth children. Alas, too many were made, igniting a war that extended all the way to the surface. After some time, we, the seventh children, were born of the earth. We came to know these ruins through and through, ultimately realizing that we would not be able to grant the mother's wish. Thus we gave no memory of the mother to ye, the eighth children. We believed that only those who perceived the mother as ruins could truly defeat her. The mother's flesh spans the whole of these ruins. It is considered impossible to defeat her. You must attack her soul, summon the mother's soul here and force it to take shape. The technique has been laid out for you. It is a hidden technique that we, the seventh children, created. I shall tell thee how it's done. Drive 8 wedges into the mother's body, take the jet pillar and the Magatama jewel in hand, and recite the mantra. The mantra has been inscribed upon the markers. Drive the wedges from the heels. Shall I repeat this? Nope. Please, Chosen One. Our wish is to set the mother free. This is very endgame stuff here. Another philosopher is in Tower of the Goddess. I don't think they chose these spots randomly, by the way. But yeah, this is the ritual we need to perform to finish the game. I commend you for reaching me, Chosen One. My name is Samarantha, one of the four philosophers. I'm the philosopher of power. The mother's soul sleeps within the shrine of the mother. That is where the last ankh lies. The last red light will reveal its true form. You've traveled through the ruins. Your strength will put the mother to rest. We, the four philosophers, have been blocking 3 paths. My path has been opened. Seek Phobos and Giltorio for the other paths. Shall I repeat this? I'm fine. Alright. Wait a second, I think I need to actually look at this. The Philosopher of Power, Samarantha, opens up this ladder over here. And I'm going to definitely save right here. It's very important that you save right here, because the next step you can fuck up. It's this puzzle. Those who seek power, prove their knowledge. If thy spirit is balanced and just, the power shall be granted. One, two. If I remember right, you need to left 2, 3, right, then 2 to the left. And it's not balanced because you need to jump and balance it out. There we go. This gives us the strongest weapon in the game, and you can actually fuck this up, which is the flail whip. And this does more damage than the axe, I think, and is leagues faster than the axe. It's the strongest weapon in the game for a reason. And you can totally miss it. If you fuck this puzzle up, it does not reset. That's why I said you should save. Obviously. There is one more in the Twin Labyrinths that I actually want to get to real quick. If I remember correctly... Oh, this path is not open yet. Wait a second, but this path is open, right? In Endless Corridor. There's also a Philosopher path in Endless Corridor. I'm pretty sure it's here in second Endless Corridor. Up here, yeah. And this should lead us also to Shrine of the Mother. But to a different path. Activate these two. Don't get crushed. To obtain the Death Seal, which is our last seal done, yeah? There's 4 seals in total. There's 4 seals in total. Origin, Birth, Life, and Death. I knew this was going to happen. Wait a second, I think in that place there's also something that I should have read. I'll do that in a bit. Real quick. There's so much setup to this too, by the way. If you do like one of those puzzles that I've been doing, if you don't do that, it's going to be so tough to figure out what you haven't done yet and what you have done yet. I highly suggest taking notes if you intend to play it yourself, obviously. Literally notes of everything. The reason why I come here with the Death Sigil is because we can now unlock this now that we have all 4. Which gives us another Sacred Orb and almost maxing out our health. We are 1 Sacred Orb away from maxing out our HP. And here we get the Crystal Skull. Also important. Let me summon a Key Fairy real quick as well. Because there's one more item that I would like to get before we tackle the next boss. I think there's actually a few items that I want to get before we tackle the next boss. Hold up. There's a few software that I actually need to get here. That's not it. Going to get a Key Fairy first. Wait, I forgot. What did I want to do with the Key Fairy? I wanted to get an item for the next boss. Forgot. So forgetful. Oh yeah, I wanted to get that item. Alright. I think the fairies in this are not truly randomized. That's just 2. I think they are on a set path, or maybe that's La-Mulana too. I don't remember. Maybe they are truly randomized. You're looking for a certain pattern on the stars here to get a Key Fairy. You need 4 stars in a square formation. in one direction. It's very obvious once you get a key fairy. Should be able to get one soon, hopefully. That's the downside of it. Because they are randomized in this game. So you'll just have to do it over and over again until you eventually get one. It's not as bad because you can immediately tell when you have a key fairy, and going in and out like this is very quick. No. Nope. Come on, please. Give me one. There we go. In Tower of the Goddess, there is this place over here. You can activate to get the Spalda, which, if worn, enhances your weapon, leaving a trail of holy energy with each swing. Like this. I think it adds a little bit of DPS to your weapon. Too, you know? Also, we can go into this direction now. To the Gate of Illusion. This is the other side of Gate of Illusion. That we couldn't get to earlier. As you can see, we couldn't have gotten here earlier. This is one of the most difficult jumping puzzles here. There we go. This just clears us up way back if we ever fall down here. I'm a stray fairy. A stray fairy has been ordered to protect the secret of life. I have been protecting it ever since the day it was decided that no more life shall be created. My guest, has the day come to create life again? You who possess vast wisdom and courage should know. You should be able to see what I cannot. Please free me from the secret of life. Sure. Once you talk to the fairy, there's 3 tablets that appear here. The grieving bird cast a spell without the mother's knowledge, so the mistakes would not be repeated, and the cycle of sadness would end. The large bird cast a spell. Should the bird die, the spell shall break, and the pillar of light shall disappear. I leave this behind and pass it down in the same state of mind as the bird with the face. The wandering lizard cast off the light. Unable to bear it, he cast it off. The light he cast off was the light of his spirit. Lamenting his ugly appearance, he cast it off. When the light returns to the lizard, the pillar of light will disappear. I leave this behind and pass it down because I understand how the lizard felt. The shining pillars are the child's feelings. The glowing feelings of a dancing child. The reason that the feelings shine lies in a very strange treasure. A wonderful treasure that is weak yet unbending. If this treasure disappears, if everything disappears all at once, the child would be saddened and its spirit would cloud forever. I leave this behind and pass it down to preserve the child's spirit. These are 3 tasks that are given to you. And there's a new enemy here. I always like to do a little bit of a trickery with this one, by the way. Because this boss fight over here is actually incredibly hard. You can actually stunlock this guy with the Lamp of Time. Like this. Just kill this guy. And there we go. The downside is we need to refill the Lamp of Time manually every time we use it. That's the only major downside to it. So we need to get back to this. Wait a second. Over here. Tower of the Goddess. I'm going to be playing for 1 more hour after this. This is a different task. We need to stop the time here. And we need to break all of the parts while the time is stopped. To unlock this. Okay, the Lamp of Time is now wieder ready. And we're going down here because the 3rd task is to get to this lizard, as the tablet says, which is over here. He's the only lizard in the room. And he's dead. We need to be careful to not accidentally kill him. He needs to walk into the light down here. And he can be sometimes very uncooperative. Like this. There we go. Alright. With this, we should actually be able to go down here. This should be all 3 tasks fulfilled. So we're just going to get up here. Now that all the pillars of light are removed. Thank you, my guest. My job here is finished. This place gives birth to evil life under orders of the 4 philosophers. When it begins to move again, life shall be taken from the mother. Go now, use the cog of soul. I will go ahead of you to the heavens. This leaves us with the cog of the soul, which we will immediately use to create life. These weird clay creatures. Let's look at the cog of the soul real quick. Part of an ancient contraption. Use with the item button to set it in its proper place. Alright. Okay, there's actually something that I need to remedy real quick in the Endless Corridor. Sorry. But remember when I said I need to go back to the Shrine of the Mother? There is something there that I actually need to get. You need to read this tablet, because you need to teach your translation software to learn the ancient characters, and this is one of the tablets that does this. Alright. Where do we go next? It could be boss time. But I actually need to go back here real quick. We're going to need another ferry. As much as I hate to say it. Let me first go into this shop. Alright. I sadly need another key ferry for this. And because we don't have the software that we need, actually. That was a panic exit. The thing is, if you use a ferry, the ferry timer is on a cooldown. So if I get a healing ferry now, I have to wait all of the duration of the ferry whenever it heals me, and then have to also wait on a cooldown. Ah, there we go. Yep. Let's have the key ferry do the thing. Over here. And yeah, this one has now Rose and Camellia, which we don't have the money for. So there's some things that we're going to do now. There's some areas we can go to that we haven't explored yet from this point, from Tower of the Goddess. We're going to do that first. And we're going to try to get there. We'll have a whole lot of stuff set out for us to do. The statue disappears. This gives us access to this part of Tower of Ruin. Yeah, no. Identify the seductress. Identify those who are truly pure. This is a thing for later. I don't think... I don't think there's much for us to do here right now. Then let's go to the next area from Tower of the Goddess. That one is a little bit out of the way, I have to say. But I think we should have everything that's needed there. With the Cog of the Soul, I think we can do that area and get to the Grail tablet of that area, of the next area. They're actually called fields and not areas, but I like to call them that. Come on. It's up here. Have the Lamp of Time refreshed. And this is another entrance to Chamber of Birth. And we can see the Grail tablet seductively waiting here. You know? We're not going to get that for quite some time. They're baiting you here. Hard. Tiamat's children will... okay. Absolutely. We'll do that. I don't want to talk about Tiamat's children yet. Holy god. We're not even close to Tiamat's children. So yeah, this one. You see these indentations in the back? This one's for the Crystal Skull. That opens up this ladder. If I go down here, this one's for the Serpent Staff. There's a few of these. Alright. Let's get over there. And there's two of them here. One is for the maternity statue. This room, by the way, loops infinitely. And one's for the Dragon Bone. And I think I need to use the Key of Infinity on this. Yup. To open up this treasure chest. The thing is, if you get hit by anything in this room, if you get hit by anything, you will just loop infinitely all the time until you warp out. So it's actually pretty bad to get hit by anything in this room. So I'd rather not. You know? We're not going to get to that right now. This one's a trick shot, by the way. You need to throw Chakram through here and hit it like this. Tough to figure out, but once you know how to do it, you should be able to do it easily. Chamber of Birth does a lot of weird stuff. The golden glow shall deflect the thinly stretched light. There's a few things we need to do here. Okay, we can't read that. Down here, our only task is to... If we can do this. The Crystal Skull suppresses Tiamat's power. Yup. That's for later. We need to dance the dance of life. Which was that? That was the dance of life. You can see it on the tablets beforehand, what the Dance of Life is. And the tablet over there literally says Dance here. If you didn't know yet. I don't think I'm getting back up. I think I need to abandon this for now. The Dance of Life is important that you do here. It unlocks like a mini boss in this area. Like I think this mini boss is like locked by 3 different triggers that you need to do. You need to get the Cog of the Soul and you need to use it in Gate of Illusion. Then the Dance of Life and then use the Cog of the Soul here. Alright. Let me get back into it real quick. The sooner we conquer Chamber of Birth, the better. That should net us the pochette key already, right? We're raking up items and software like it's nothing. Like, we are almost done with items, and we're almost done with software, which makes this 100%. We don't need to get every item and software in the game to finish the game. But I always like to finish this game at 100%, and La-Mulana too as well. Thanks. Alright. Go up here. I think we'll be able to finish it tomorrow. Not gonna lie. If I start at 4 PM, which is our usual starting time, I should have 3 hours before Dan starts his live stream. That should give me enough to finish this game. Alright. This time we do it right. We're going to jump down here. By the way, don't attack any of the elephant statues. The elephant statues, for some reason, are considered sacred. And they're going to get zapped if you attack any of them. Like, literally all of them are considered sacred. There we go. We made it to the Grail tablet. Behold the Chamber of Birth. This is the place where all life comes to being. Okay, now we have full authority to explore this place. Thanks, I guess. Thanks. Again. I think you can hit this wall to get to this item that we've been wanting for a while. It's a cursed item. But this leads us to the dimensional key. Let's look at it. A relic made from a strange material. With this you can weaken the powers of the twisted dimension. Interesting. We're going to need that. Absolutely. There we go. And we activated this. I wonder if we should actually get... Now that we can warp here, we can just heal up and immediately warp to Chamber of Birth. You know? I think I should heal up. Chamber of Birth. Let's jump down. By the way, this game feels amazing to play through. By the way, there's just an Ankh-Jewel sitting right there. Absolutely right there. To be bought. If you don't get that, you're going to have a difficult time fighting the boss. Because you can't even activate them. So yeah, let's go down the road we've been down before. Over here. Over here. Alright. This is one of the goofiest bosses you can fight, by the way. There we go. And we get the pushette key. A key that can activate an ancient machine. Use it with the item button to insert the key. This leads down here. I wonder... If I remember correctly, there's a warp field up here. And maybe something... Thanks, buddy. If I remember correctly... Yup. This leads down here. And if I remember correctly... Yup. And this leads to the Chamber of Extinction side. Alright. So if we go to the Chamber of Extinction, where we've been, there's a new sigil down there. We're going to activate this. Let me do that real quick. We can actually activate this new thing and make it light permanently here, so the light doesn't go out anymore in the Chamber of Extinction. This is just to make this part of the chamber permanent. But it's a really good addition to do. Alright. I think it's time we get down to some bosses, shall we? We're going to prepare that real quick. And as you might notice, I'm getting another fairy. Because we're going to get some money. Actually, quite a bit of money. I'm going to show you the way you can farm money in the end game. Wow, I actually didn't need that key fairy this time. I get it 2 times. Are you fucking joking? There we go. This is what's called an item fairy. And it will give you money every time you break a pot or anything. It will guarantee you money whenever you break a pot. And if you go to this section of Chamber of Extinction, and you just walk back and forth here, like this, you can just grind money infinitely with an item fairy. I'm pretty sure they put it in deliberately, because everything costs so much money in this game. Alright. Sticks around for a bit too. You know? So if you're ever short on cash, please use that strategy. This only goes so quick, by the way, because we got the bracelet that lets us destroy any pots with 1 hit. If you don't have that, all of these would take 3 hits to destroy. You know? So it would be a lot slower than that. Alright. So there's a few items that I want to buy. Now that we're here. Alright. By the way, this game is huge. First off, we're taking Rose and Camellia. And next up, we're going to Gate of Illusion. And we'll be buying... Oh, this one we saw before. Lonely House Moving. So let's see where we are in terms of... I think we should have everything to make the most broken software combination of all time. Alright. Looks good. There's 2 more here. Yeah, these 2 we're going to find later on as software. Well, this one down there we can still buy. We're going to have to buy it in the Tower of the Goddess. Our lamp of time is filled up, that's good. We don't necessarily need it right now, but I just like getting it for completion's sake. Would be good if I could get like 1 coin to make it 400 to guarantee that we can buy it. Please? Gain? Please, game. Literally nothing. Are you serious? Yeah, I definitely wanted a chakra. That's what I wanted, game. Just give me 1 coin, please. Like, seriously, 1 coin. Not experience, 1 coin, please. Oh, thank God the coins are up there. Oh, wait. Chakram. There we go. Alright. So what we need to do in order to get this one is... we need the Lamp of Time. Once we enter this room, we're going to use the Lamp of Time. Get up here. Quickly press the switch. And... get up here. Miracle Witch. Alright. We are ready for some bosses. I think we have 2 unlocked. Right now. I wonder if I should keep the dimensional corridor for tomorrow. Can I do the whole of the dimensional corridor and the ending in one stream, maybe? So yeah, we're going to the Twin Labyrinths. I think the safest way is through here. Just going through here and then left. Through this room. Thanks. That's definitely what I wanted. Alright. Then we equip a software combination. This software combination makes you a lot stronger. It gives you more invincibility frames, and I think it enhances weapon attacks, so we're going to use it whenever we face a boss from now on. Alright, let's do it. Yeah, okay. Let's see if I can finish off Baphomet. The witches are an outright problem in this one, too. Like, she summons a bunch of witches. hate those witches. They just annoy the crap out of me. There we go. Get out of the way, by the way. This final blast can also kill you. That's Guardian number 6. Oh yeah. I need to unequip. That's one thing that La-Mulana 2 does better. It gives you several loadouts for software combinations. That you can switch between easily. On here, you need to just change it every time, sadly. And the way to the next boss is actually not that easy to do too. So yeah, usually we could have done Baphomet way quicker than we did right now. Way earlier. But I decided I didn't want to, you know. I mean, you can finish her off once you get to that area. Once you finish Twin Labyrinths, obviously. Wait a second, I think I need to do something in Chamber of Extinction to trigger this boss. Am I mistaken? I think there is something that I need to trigger over here. Yeah, this mural. I need to use the pochette key on it. There we go. I'm going back to the surface. I'm going to equip the axe for this boss fight, too. You can fight this boss several different ways. I just always think that the axe method is probably the best. I don't know. Alright. I think I should probably... half an hour for the Dimensional Corridor is a little bit tough, in my opinion. So we'll have to postpone Dimensional Corridor until tomorrow. I thought maybe I could finish Dimensional Corridor without fighting the boss. But I think it's not possible. There we go. I'm going to put my software combination on. Not that it does anything for this boss, but... Alright, let's go. You need to have the pochette key equipped, by the way, and use it here. So you wouldn't be able to use the plain model. Alright. Let's do it again. Luckily, the bosses are not that punishing. If you don't have the pochette key equipped here, it does boot you out of the game. And I think it outright kills you. Fuck you! There you go. That's boss number 7. We have obliterated Palenquet. Thank God. Sorry. The thing is, there is only a few things missing here. And we have almost everything. So I think it's time that we face the dimensional corridor. The entrance to which is Mirai, Rita. Fuck it. It's time that we face the dimensional corridor. The entrance to which is in Twin Labyrinths. Tiamat and her children escaped into a different dimension altogether. And only the Crystal Skull can bring her back and make an entrance to that dimension. Right here. Alright, let's go. Dimensional corridor. If you didn't already know this, this is obviously the backside of Endless Corridor. The backside area of Endless Corridor. But this dimension doesn't obey the laws of the rest of La-Mulana. We can only warp into this dimension, we cannot warp out. Behold the dimensional corridor, the closed-off space created by Tiamat. We can only warp into this Grail tablet and not out right now. The only exit is this door right here. Whenever we want to heal up, we need to get through this door. The problem is, this is a boss gauntlet. Tiamat's children are all sub-bosses. And there's like several different paths we can take. This thing hits like a truck if it hits you, by the way. This leads to our last philosopher, which is hidden here. I commend you for reaching me, Chosen One. I'm Phobos, one of the 4 philosophers. I'm the philosopher of life. The mother's power is to create life. In the past, there were those that sought this power, trying to imitate it. Tiamat, Nuba, none could match the mother. The mother's power can be obtained from the secret elixir of life. The elixir is in the hand of the pure and mischievous spirit. You must visit her. Recite to her the incantation of life, birth. Life, birth. To those that trick you, recite the incantation of the eternal rest, death. The mother's powers cannot be obtained unless you have the true secret elixir. Would you like me to repeat that? I got it. Got now, Chosen One. So yeah, this is genuinely a difficult area to navigate in. After, I think it's for every path, after 3 bosses you get a chance to return and save. But only then you get a chance to return and save. No earlier. I hate this sub-boss, by the way. Getting out of the water is so hard in this game. There we go. Oh, fuck off. Ah! Oh my god, I did it. I hate the sub-boss because you get stuck in the water so much. So yeah, this is the first time you can return. And then you just instantly leave this to the Endless Corridor. Warp back to the surface. And heal yourself. There's also one more fuck you, actually 2 more fuck yous implemented here. There's 2 more items that you can get, and one of them is insanely hard. I'm going to try to do it. I need to do it, actually. Yeah. I need to equip Mirai.exe. To get back to the dimensional corridor. So yeah, let's take the right path this time. This thing. Stop, please. Oh my god. I'm going to die here. I don't think I'll be able to finish this. With 35 health. I mean, this sub-boss isn't that hard. I don't know if there's anyone in here. Yes, there is. This one's also not that hard, but they do love a little trolling with this one. Fuck you. Ah! At least we saved right here. By the way, the track in the background is called Death Game. If you're searching for it. It's one of my favorite area themes. I think it says a lot about this area. It is a death game. This thing likes trolling me a lot. Really? Just kill me now, please. Yeah. This thing likes trolling me quite a bit. I always go the wrong way too. If I wouldn't be sent back. There we go. That should be enough health left to do this part of this experience. Alright. This one's extremely easy. I also don't really want to speedrun this area too. If I can, you know. Because the idea behind this is really cool. You know? That lets us back here. And we can warp back to the surface. I think this experience today is going to end in a rage moment. I have a feeling it's going to end in a rage moment. It's very rare that I get the one thing that we need to do for that one guy on the first try. Very rare. Sometimes it even takes me 10 tries until I get this right. Alright. I'm just going to get a quick little charge of the Lamp of Time, just in case. You know? There we go. This gave us a nice little bit of experience. I appreciate that. This is also a missable item, by the way. You need to light... Oh god. Several candles here. But the candles correspond to how many bosses you've beaten. Like, they unlock by how many bosses you've beaten. If it's an even or an odd number. If you've beaten all of the bosses before you get this item, you're never going to get this item. You just need to go there, press one of the dice, and then fight a boss and go back there immediately. This might be audio-wise not very good. You just need to sort of find a safe pocket somewhere and just stick to it on this one. Come on, please. Don't goad me like that. So yeah, this over here opens up. And once you hit both, you can get this. The Angel Shield. The best shield in the game. For a reason. Okay, I can't get out yet. Sadly, I have to defeat another boss. And sadly, I think I know what it is. And I kind of don't want to. So yeah, this number of lights corresponds to how many bosses you've beaten. And this. Yeah, this thing. There we go. Alright. Two more bosses to beat in this area. But I'm going back and healing. first. And then we'll tackle the next one. Which might even be the toughest challenge in the game, by the way. And it's got nothing to do with the boss. Well, it kind of has something to do with the boss, but... you know what I mean. And the Angel Shield is very useful to have. That's why I always like to get it. We have 15 minutes to do this. It's a little bit bothersome that you always have to, like, equip everything again. Okay, we're going to save, and I'm going to make a bunch of safety saves for this one. Because it involves something very stupid. I definitely... it's probably the challenge I hate the most in the game, you know. If we go up here... equip the Lamp of Time. Hello, dragon. You need to stop time, swim up this, and get up here. And then you have this jumping challenge. Over here. I think you can make it like this too. Please. Fuck! Ah, I had it. You need to reload. If you screw it up once, you need to reload and do it again. But I accidentally walked off the ledge. It's the toughest challenge in the game. And I can tell you what it's for. It's for the final health upgrade. Without it, you'll never get max health. And you can miss this, absolutely. If you kill the boss before you do this, you can absolutely miss this. You cannot get up there without the boss. And the boss locks you into the arena too. And you cannot warp out. So you absolutely need to reload if this happens. I would argue it's the most bullshit challenge in the game. Because it involves some of the worst movements. Some of the worst movement things that you need to do. It involves swimming, which is already a lot consistent. It's very inconsistent, swimming. I have seen people argue that you can actually reach this but via different means, but this is by far the easiest. Like, there's enemies that spawn in this room afterwards, and people have been saying that you can, if an enemy just hits you about right, you can actually do this. But an enemy needs to hit you just about right for this to make sense and for this to work. This is by far... Why did I get hit by the spikes there? This is by far the hardest thing in the game. And I want to get 100%. The health upgrade is actually not even that important for the end of the game. Obviously a little bit more health would be better, but... if I want to get 100%, I have to get this. And the problem is, afterwards you have to actually fight the dragon too, so you need to actually win the fight against the dragon. If you suck against that guy, it doesn't matter. Alright. Alright. This is the third time I made it up here. I think in the 20 runs I've done of the game, I've literally got this on the first try once. I got it. Now just don't die to that dragon, and we should be set. He has very weird hitboxes too. But the Angel Shield helps, because a lot of his beam-based attacks you can fend off with the Angel Shield. Come on, die already. Jesus. Fuck off. Really? There we go. Oh my god, that was so clutch. Alright. I think we're going to do Tiamat today too. There's only one child missing. And it's probably one of the coolest fights in the game. One of the coolest sub-bosses, I would say. Let's get out of the dimensional corridor real quick. That was the wrong one. Because if we finish Tiamat today, we have like the rest of tomorrow to do the last portion of the game, which is the thing that the philosophers have been talking about, where we need to do the ritual of driving the wedges into the body of the mother to summon her spirit and all of that. That's all tomorrow then. But before that can even happen, all of the guardians need to be dead. That includes Tiamat. Alright. The thing about this, it's a little bit weird, but they do talk about this. First off, oh, do I have my... I do have my Glyphrida. I need this for later. I think this needs to start over here. We need to summon the spirits of 4 of these children of Tiamat. Like this. You just whip once left and whip once right. But there's like tablets like literally saying what you need to do in order to do this, you know? But you summon the spirits of these enemies in order to unlock the last hurdle here. Number 3. And like they let you figure this out all by yourself if you're playing the game. Hello, Hydra. Or whatever you are. Chimera. It's probably a Chimera. That's a Hydra. It's one of the cooler sub-bosses, I have to say. Alright. With this, we get the Ankh Jewel. Now the only thing left for us is to defeat Tiamat. All of her children have been summoned. All of her children have been defeated. And honestly, Tiamat is my favorite boss in the game. Like, Guardian. I think the final boss is pretty cool, but Tiamat might be my favorite boss in the game. Just from a design standpoint. Alright. We're going to heal up. Heal up. And Dimensional Corridor. And we are going to activate our software like we've been doing. There's tons of mythology, by the way, in this one. In all of this game. If you read the tablets and everything, there's tons of world building by mythologies. This game is like world mythologies mixed into one. There's a lot of Christian mythology mixed in, obviously, in Baphomet. And the third children are basically angels. We're going to learn about that a lot more in La-Mulana too, by the way. But yeah, the third children are a mix of the Greek gods who were winged with like biblical angels. And this is like more, I think Tiamat is from like the Mesopotamian creation myth, right? Like the old creation myth before Christianity. Alright. Let's go Tiamat. We can do this. There we are, girl. I think we can only reach her with the axe. And for example, the fifth children, which sought like in the myth, in game, sought the secrets of life and death, are based on the Egyptian mythologies. So Osiris, Anubis, all of that too. Going to equip Caltrops. Last phase. This laser of hers does... This laser does almost full damage, by the way, to your health bar. This is almost an instant death laser. It does like 200 damage or something. If you get hit by that, you're going to lose a lot of health. The best strategy you can do is just use the Caltrops, because you can hit yourself with the Caltrops and they only do 1 damage to you, and just invincibility frame through it. It's the easiest way to do it. Just invincibility frame through that. There we go. That is the last Guardian. And she leaves behind the cursed treasure, the Magatama Jewel, which item description reads: an artifact used to recall the wisdom of the ancient times, used with the item button. Alright. Like, there's a lot of folklore mixed into this. There's Japanese mythology with the first children, somewhat. Then there's like the giants, which is the second children, which is like the whole thing. There's Greek, there's Mesopotamian, there's like the fourth children are like literal fish people, because there was a global flood happening at the time. Stuff like that. It's all really cool, and figuring out the secrets of these races is part of the game, you know? The cool thing is, now that Tiamat's gone, we can actually warp out of here again. Because she was the one who distorted the dimensions to do that. We can actually warp out of here. I think one of these I can actually scan real quick. One of those rooms you can actually scan because there's a hidden software somewhere around here, if I remember correctly. There we go. Bio La-Mulana. This is just a software, by the way, that lets you listen to music. You can just listen to the music in game. But it's pretty cool. Alright. Let's get rid of these. It's okay, Elder Zelpot. Once you defeat the 8th Guardian, by the way, the music on the surface changes. Because we are now in the end game. It's getting serious. Alright. But this is where I'm probably going to end it. And we'll continue tomorrow. We have to drive 8 wedges into the body, into the ruins. And clean up the rest, because we have a bunch of items. There's like 2 usable items we need to get. There's 2 regular items we haven't gotten yet. Then there's 1 software we need to get. And that should be all. Thanks, Elder Zelpot, for spamming me full. God damn it. I don't need all of this help. Alright. There's nothing here. But yeah, I did save. And yeah, I'm going to continue tomorrow. We're definitely going to finish it. So yeah, the story about the mother and everything is like the core part of this. And the races that came from it is a very, very big part of the story. And it's even more of a part in the second game, where you need to correctly identify which race did what, and which race belonged to what. Like, what belonged to which race. It's even like further in the mythology, really. It's really cool. And the thing is, in these ruins, in La-Mulana, you don't really get anyone still living of any of these races. Like, any characters that are still living from any of the races, of the old races. In La-Mulana 2, you get to meet a lot more characters from all of these races too. Which is really cool. I love the way the game uses mythology, so if you're ever interested, please play it, because, you know, I really love this game, and tomorrow we're going to listen to the OST as well. Let me get this up running. But yeah, by the time you probably play it, you won't remember anything we did here. And you will try to figure everything out by yourself, and you're going to tear your hair out, because I had to figure all of this shit out on my own back in the day. Without help. So yeah. This is going to be it for today. I'm going to start at 4 PM tomorrow. And I'm going for 3 hours. I think Dan starts at 7 PM. If I did read that right. Let me look at it real quick. Oh, he starts way later too. Okay, he starts at 11 p.m. for me. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I'm going to be playing it. I think we can actually start later then. Let's start at 6 p.m. tomorrow and get this thing rolling. We're just going to finish it. We're going to do everything, finish it, and then we're off. And I'm going to send you all to watch the stream. Really. Because it's really important that we show up. Especially if we love that series, you know. We definitely need to show up. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you're on YouTube, please leave a like and subscribe as usual. And if you're on Twitch, please a follow would be appreciated. And that's going to be it for today. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you next time. Trilightning out.